feedback loop there. We're going to learn what we done, okay, and then, you know, to make our destination better. And how it ties to a resilient building. Well, hold on one. Okay. So in the early 2000s, we thought that the outcome of having crisis management plan is to be crisis ready. Then the second wave of the study figured out, okay, when that's not necessarily the outcome, the intended outcome, we need to be resilient. The resiliency becomes the output of crisis preparedness. Okay, that's the second installment or second wave of idea. So crisis planning should be seen as an integral part of being resilient, right? And we look at COVID-19 again, I think it's a good example. Like in the resilient theory, you have 4 phases of resilience: collapse, reorganization, growth, and consolidation. Now, what happened during COVID? It collapse phase that was indicated. Remember the first week of COVID, like everything shut down, in a panic here and there. So that's the collapse of the industry because of, you know, literally everything shut down, right? Reorganization is a time where we need to be creative. So where you start seeing, you know, like social distancing, and then a lot of measures to deal with the impact brought by COVID, right? Vaccinations, and then, you know, want to focus on domestic tourists and so forth. Growth, that's when another layer of being creative, innovations. We take that, you know, adversity into opportunity. So we expand the demand from domestic tourists, open up for bubble, right? Travel bubble. Later on, maybe like 2025, we would expect some consolidations. That's a new, what we call as a new normal, that's new structure, right? But in order to do so, I think there are a lot of lessons we learned over the past 2 years. We learned that in order to be resilient, we need to have a better coordination, okay, among stakeholders. And that's tough, even before COVID. Why? Because keep in mind, tourism system comprised of multiple actors, right? And each of them may have different interests and different agenda, right? Even for governments and then, you know, like private entity, they have a different agenda, right? Different interests. We also need to have a multiple crisis management strategies. We learned that to have just one strategy is not enough, okay? Because you may have, you know, one crisis in the past, but now with COVID-19, while COVID-19 is still happening, you could have like earthquake, you know, you could have, you know, landslide and so forth that you need to deal with. In order to do that, you also need to have a good relationship among stakeholders. You also need to have comprehensive network. And I think I always encourage destination to have comprehensive network. Why? Because you can pull resource from other actors, right? So for example, if you are a local government that you have limited access or limited resource, funding, for example, if you have a good relationship with private sector, they can use the CSR fund, right? You also need to recognize that every single risk opens up for opportunities. And that last but not least, you need to have timely and scalable intervention. Right. So with that, I think there are a couple of action plans that I'm hoping Indonesia could do. I know that they've done a few of them, but I think there are a few things that need to be enhanced. The The first one is like, we want to make sure that the tourism needs are integrated into the regional and national crisis management plan. I've been working with a few destinations in Indonesia. What I saw is that, remember, the destination is an abstract term, right? You can have a city as a destination, you can have municipality as a destination, you have a state as a destination, and so forth. So if you can have like a really one side that have a good crisis management plan that designed for tourism, but it doesn't necessarily tie to the provincial disaster management plan, right? Everything needs to be seamless, okay? And that's what I saw a lot in Indonesia, is that the disconnect between the plan that the tourism industry have versus the municipality, the provincial level, and so forth. It need to be more connection there. The second step is to prepare and regularly update crisis management strategy for tourism at different levels. Having a plan is one part of the picture, right? How many of you, I think like, I just like say this one because we can always say like we have a plan, but have we ever tested it? Will your employee or your staff know what they need to do in the event of crisis? Do they know who to contact to? When they need to activate your plan and so forth? We need to be ready, right? We also need to improve structure to implement the strategy and respond to crises when they occur. And one of the things is that technology, like I think you already heard technology, right? For example, like most of the time, the way we send a warning is through WhatsApp, right? In Indonesia, it's really WhatsApp. But some part of Indonesia, they don't have good, signal. Then do we have, alternative way to notify public and tourists if something happened if there's no signal, right? So there need to be investment for 5G technology in a less developed area, probably. You also need to develop procedure for meeting the needs of visitors affected by crisis. It's the idea of being a good host, right? When thing happened, you will have stranded travelers. You will end up with some people who probably don't know local language. They don't know the support system, right? So what would they do? Where they need to go? So we need to have procedure, a mechanism to, help them. We also need to create a communication strategy and mechanism directed to tourism stakeholders like visitor and markets and so forth. Last but not least, we need to provide support to tourism businesses and workers. Keep in mind that more than 70% of tourism comprise of SMEs, right? Small businesses. So we need to have a better mechanism to assist them. Okay, so remember when I talk about the second wave is resilient building, but then the third wave, lately, you're going to hear more about transformation. How crisis can transform a destination to be better. But keep in mind that the word crisis in Chinese, say Wei Ji. I'm so sorry if for those who speak Chinese, I'm probably butcher the pronunciation, but it comprises of two words like the danger and opportunity. So the transformation is part of the opportunity, right? How can we rejuvenate the destination after a crisis? In this case, after COVID-19. So a couple of things that I'm looking at. The first one, you need to have, increasing government response, right? The assistance and a public-private collaboration, stimulus package. Yes, during COVID, we do have stimulus package, but the question is, do people know where to access it and how to access it? We also need to support, the technology, the innovation. Remember that because of COVID, we accelerate the adoptions of new technology, internet for all, digitalization, and so forth. But then again, going back to less developed areas, if we want to promote sustainable tourism in the remote area, well, of course, one of the things is to have a signal, right? We cannot notify public and so on without good signal. We also need to enhance local belongings. Remember that this one that saved tourism during COVID, and just like other crises, is domestic tourists, right? We need to make sure they have a sense of belonging. Again, we also need to improve the confidence, the capacity building, work with the university, right? There's a role of the education system here. In the building block, we need to have crisis management. One of the things is the data management, like data innovation. I'm hoping that we cannot be resilient if we don't have data. So every single decision making with regard to destination need to be data driven, right? Not only how can we get the data, but also knowledge management, data management. How can we utilize data and then share it to the peer stakeholders so that we can learn together? So if we want to encourage participants, if we go encourage, community to engage in tourism, we need to have a better mechanism to engage them. So this is what I see as destination transformation. Okay. Hopefully, now that we move towards sustainability, it becomes mainstream. That every single aspect of tourism has sustainability, like a factor into it, right? It improved the well-being society. It also helped to mitigate the climate change, engage local community more, and also better governance, right? It's share governance. In conclusion, I think it is a time for Indonesian tourism to redefine where do you want to go from here, right? We need to have a better vision that how we define success in tourism, because to date we only focus on growth. Remember, we also like the more the merrier. How many people come to my site? Okay, 10,000, good, low, and so forth. But I think it is time to also consider other indicators. For example, well-being. To what extent tourism help to achieve or improve the quality of life of the residents, local businesses, and so forth. That indicator to date is very minimal. So it is time for us to, use that so that we can be a better destination, right? So I think that's what my discussion to date. I would love to hear your feedback on that. So maybe we can have a great discussion later on. So just in case you have questions and we don't have time, that's my email address. I'll be happy to connect with you after this session. In fact, I would love to learn more about the Indonesian situation right now, so we can chat sometimes. Okay, so that's for me. So I give you back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ignatius Cahyanto. Terima kasih banyak for your insights, and we now realize the importance of resilience strategies for Indonesia, especially because Indonesia is located on the Ring of Fire, and it make it prone to disasters like earthquake and tsunamis. And now we will invite the second presenters, the second speakers from Universitas Brawijaya, Associate Professor Andriani Kusumawati, Bachelor of Social Science, MSc, DBA, Doctor of Business Administration, and she was graduated from she did her bachelor degree in Universitas Brawijaya, and also got her MBA from Universitas Brawijaya, and got her her Doctor of Business Administration from University of Wollongong, Australia, and she has written a lot of an international reputable journal article, and she has many experience in the university, and she also got many grants. No further delay, we will welcome Associate Professor Andriani Kusumawati. We are very proud of you, Bu, from Universitas Brawijaya.
Thank you, Pak Agung. Thank you for moderator. And all the participants. First of all, I would like to say thank you again for inviting me into this reputable international conference, and also with other speaker, reputable speaker, Pak Ignatius Cahyanto. We are very proud to have you. Maybe we have shared a little bit similar scope, yeah, but I hope this is not overlap with your topic that you have present just now. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen, everyone? The screen already, Pak Agung?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Andriani.
Okay, so the topic that a committee gave to me is quite simple, but actually this is cover whole things related to the development of branding process applied in the city, and the relation with the city image. That some topic already I have written in some journal article, national journal article, also my experience in international journal article. So this today topic I will cover related to the city branding itself, and the scope of city branding, including the definition, the example of the success city branding that established in around the world, and also interconnection in brand management, because city branding also part of brand management that apply in the city, and how to measure the city branding, and the current established measurement that some of them I have used to measure city branding in many cities in Indonesia, especially in East Java. And then the relation between city branding and digital era, and also managing the city branding. And last, I will talking about the challenges in branding destination. So this is the overview of city branding. Just now, Ignatius already mentioned that pandemic become some of obstacle of every industry, including tourism. So COVID-19 shock impacted to everyone, whole country, especially in tourism. So I did not talk about those COVID pandemic so far in tourism, but when COVID pandemic occur, we miss the travel so much. Yeah, 2 years we cannot go from our home and then stay at home, working from home, do it everything from home. So now, according to the Deloitte COVID International Tourism Scenario, they assume that there are 3 levels that could be happen when the COVID pandemic could be in mild, harsh, or severe. We hope that the COVID now in scenario of mild, which is in middle of this year, yeah, the demand of tourism is written like a previous before the pandemic come up. So in the future, hopefully the tourism, especially international tourism, will be growth and recover. So talking back to city branding, that many researchers, scholars already noticed that city is also a product that we can give them a brand. So according to Kavarazis, the city branding means for achieving competitive advantage in order to increase inward investment and tourism, and also for achieving community development, reinforcing local identity and identification of the citizen in their city, and activating all social force to avoid social exclusion and unrest. So more clearly, Hernandez and Garcia, Lopez and Musso point out that branding city is a positive as an economic and social to enhance life and well-being of people. So the city branding purpose usually for economic and social development of the city and the people around the city. So city branding have many terms that related to the city branding, including product differentiation, positioning, perception, sustainable competitive advantage, image, and branding itself. So what is a city branding? Actually, city branding is a process. I love this definition, since they say that city branding is not only a brand that attached to the city, but also they say that this is about the process of branding the city or place in that they name or similar term with the geo branding or place branding. So the phenomenon of city branding is appear in around the world. Every city they try to branding themselves like a product, like a commodities, yeah, to compete to the best, yeah, to compete for other cities. A strong place brand helps a place compete in the global marketplace. So this is the importance of brand in the city, especially to help place compete with other brand, other place, yeah, other country, other cities. So for the governance, as what in 2005 already mentioned, that branding a product is creative process that requires strategy and tactic, and the situation is more complicated. Therefore, I said in earlier my presentation that the city branding topic is quite simple, but when it's cover a process, so the process is quite long and quite complicated. So because some of the parties that involved in the cities, not only many, and not only one party, but also many parties that involved, including the government, the resident, the DMO, and other parties that are already within the city. So the scope of city branding, Hankinson already noticed that destination marketing perception of brand image, including activity and facilities. So city branding not only about the city, but also the condition that appear in the city, including their activities, their facilities, their business tourism, their histories, heritage, culture, or their external profile, accessibility, industry environment, and so on. But Zenker more emphasized on the meaning of city branding in terms of how residents satisfied and commit with the city brand. So the dimension including urbanity, diversity, nature and recreation, also job opportunity and cost efficiency. So this is according to Zenker. But actually the development of place branding timeline is already discussed by a scholar a long time ago. Since 1950 up to 1980, there are 3 domains that majority occur in every publication, including the topic that published in our journal. They lies in 3 domains, including urban policy, tourism, and marketing. So therefore, some discipline like urban planning, they also discuss about the city branding, but the point of view mostly in their city architecture and then city appearance. Yeah. But for the tourism domain, they're mostly talking about how to make a visitor perceive the image of the city, like designed by the government or the marketer, and for the DMO. And for the marketing domain, mostly talking about how to selling the city, how to make a city interesting to sell, how to make a process that the city can be sold to a target of a consumer, which is the target of customer. It could be a tourist, it could be investor, it could be a student, international student, and also the resident. So for the dimension of urban policy, the place could be promoted in terms of their architecture and then their appearance, their building, and etc. But of the domain, they involve mostly talking also in place branding. So from the urban policy, they discuss about place promotion also. And then now the majority of publications also discuss about place branding, which is this place branding, including city branding, also certain destination, which is destination branding within the city, within the country, or within the province, or retail center branding, nation branding, if we're talking about a certain country, or a regional branding in some part of the area or destination. So for the marketing discipline, place branding, place marketing become the domain development in 1980s up to 2000, and place branding also involved in the discussion of the next years, next following years, including city branding itself, destination branding, and etc. So for the tourism domain, also talking about destination branding, which is destination branding is also part of city branding, also part of nation branding when this apply in certain destination. So brand architecture issue of place brand, Hall already classified in spatial scale at which place brand operate, and consider also element of a place brand. So there are certain scale, different scale from the local. This is the smallest one, the local or urban branding, and then regional, which is maybe a province, more than a city, and then national, including a country, and supranational is beyond the country. So there are three elements of place branding. It could be informal, it could be developing in a formal, which is formal is also there are involvement of a government and DMO or marketing organization of the region to selling the city, and also informal that related to media. And also a destination brand, we can conclude that there are a way to communicate a destination unique identity to visitor. From the previous definition, the previous development of city brand, also that destination branding is a means to differentiate our destination from the competitor. It's like a uniform look that all destination partners, including the stakeholder, can consistently use. But it's not merely just a symbol, name, term, or design, but this is more than a combination of those elements. So there are some example of established city branding, for example, in Singapore, Amsterdam. Jakarta also have Enjoy Jakarta is that city branding. Tokyo, Izmir, yeah. But I have researched some city branding in a certain city in Indonesia. Actually, Indonesia also applied those city branding from 2005. Yeah, Surabaya with a sparkling Surabaya, and then Banyuwangi in 2012 followed with the majestic Banyuwangi, Ambon with the city of music. In 2013, Batu also have signing Batu, and previously they have KWB, Kota Wisata Batu, and then Ponorogo also followed in 2014 with the ethnic art of Java. Jogja, previously Jogja used Never Ending Asia as their tagline, but currently because it's not suitable for the spirit of people in Jogja, they changed in 2005, become Jogja Istimewa, using local term, using Indonesian term, yeah, to give the spirit of the special region of Indonesia. So Malang also have beautiful Malang in 2015, and Medan have research about Medan city branding tagline, colorful Medan, because they have many ethnics, yeah, from Delhi, Karo, Tapanuli, and etc. So they use colorful Medan as the tagline. And then the interconnection in the brand management. Actually, brand management that we discuss little bit have a connection between a brand identity and brand positioning and brand image. because when the city branding already set up, destination marketing organization and government try to persuade, try to influence the target of consumer to have a certain perception, certain image about their city. So brand identity is talking about how the owner, how the brand management want the brand to be perceived among target groups. But for brand positioning, this is a part of value proposition that demonstrate the competitive advantage of the brand in relation to the competition. But brand image as a result of the brand positioning is how the brand is perceived in combination of a brand value. It means a value, added value that attached in the brand, and brand awareness, whether the brand is familiar or popular. And then the positioning image branding model that already developed. We have two sides, which is the first side is about destination. We also use marketing to promote the destination. We also develop the product that already possessed by the destination. And in other side, we have visitor as our target consumer. So the visitor have a right to choose whatever destination that they want to visit. And then the visitor have certain perception about the destination. And then they come up with the image according to their evaluation, according to their perception. And then in other side, destination have a different position that already set up by the owner. And the position give the certain image that could be perceived similarly by the visitor or could be perceived differently by the visitor. But hopefully the owner hope that the image that they set is matched or fit by the perception of the visitor. And then from the branding, we know that the branding resulted of a certain image that could be perceived by the owner of the destination and also from the visitor point of view. So component of destination image, Gand in 1972 already mentioned there are two components of image that up to now we still use this idea. There are two kind of component of image. First is organic, and second is induced. For the organic one, is created by the individual or formed by the individual themselves from their experience, from their maybe information that they obtain from their reference group and etc. But for the induced image component of destination image is created through information that they receive from external source, including advertising and promotion about the destination. So this is also affected by the branding of the destination. So Kavaras also proposed the ongoing formation of the place brand, which is there are three kind of information: is perceived place, live place, and conceived place. For the perceived place, how people perceive the destination, and live place, how people experience the destination. Usually this is influenced by organic component, which is developed or formed by the tourist or the visitor or the target consumer itself. But for the conceived place, how the manager intend the destination to be conceived is come up from the induced component of destination image. So the destination implementation for the Europe country, they already use this marketing effort to promote their city, to make them distinguished, to make them unique among other cities. In Indonesia, in Asia, or in other countries, they also follow with promote their city by using a city branding. So the promotion, it could be from the event and fairs. Also, they try to create a brand image that maybe distinctive, give a distinctive value to the city, comparing to the competitor. So measuring the city brand, Skinner already developed the place brand essence model, which is they cover all those component of the city brand, including natural environment and physical environment, that combined by political, cultural, social, and also historical element. That those elements completed by the sensory element, stage spectacles, a symbolic element, and also authentic element. So Skinner proposed this model for measuring the whole city brand perception that could be perceived by the target group of consumer. And the destination brand benefit pyramid, there are 5 levels, including first level, what are the tangible that it could be seen by the visitor about the destination, and the second level about the benefit that visitor get when they explore the destination, and the third level is about physiological reward, that emotional benefit that people or a visitor get during their visit in the destination, and the value become the fourth level, the value that typical repeat visitor get, because for the tourism industry, sometimes people don't want to come back or give loyal behavior for this type of industry, because they want to explore another area or another destination. And the top level is fifth level is about what the essential nature and character of the brand. So when the character is very strong, this has become a reputable city branding. Another measurement by Anhor, they're talking about the city branding hexagon, which is this city branding hexagon have 6 points, including presence, place, people, the request, and past, and also potential. So present, talking about how popular the city brand. Place, talking about the people, how people evaluate the physical aspect of the city, including the building, the natural environment, physical environment. And people is talking about how resident, inhabitant, how their hospitality, their sociability, and prerequisites, talking about public service that offer, including the public transport, hospital, school, and etc. And past, talking about how people evaluate the city life, including how this city enjoyable, and etc. For potential is the possibility when visitor or when the businesses conduct their business, their educational purpose in the certain city or destination. The current model from Lucarelli also explore in 3 dimensions. This is how they explore, they measure about the city. Not only city brand element, but they measure in the measurement itself. because the city brand could be measured from 3 different perspectives, 3 different approach using qualitative, quantitative, and also mixed method or multi-method. For the city brand element, is quite similar with the previous model. They capture from the event and activity, history and heritage, process and institution, artifacts, spatial planning, spatial planning, and graphic and symbol. And the impact, this is the impact of the city branding also explored by Lucarelli, including the socio-political influence, the socio-political impact, the economical impact, and also image and identity. In the digital era, we cannot avoid about the new technology uses, including how people explore social media, connect each other, and then create reputation, and also connect with other people, communities, and perform plays, explore plays, make a photography, post in the social media, and also they communicate about how they use the digital platform to make their booking service, flight, and etc. more easy. So this is the competition position of place in the international market. So media globally transform tourist habit, including how they discover about the destination, how they evaluate the destination, they buy the destination or choose the destination, how they experience about the destination, and how they advocate the destination, including to recommend others, to give positive word of mouth, and etc. So managing the city branding, there are various purposes of city branding idea is for investment, for tourists, for international relations, for business, for create preference and loyalty to the city. The target group for place branding is also varies, not only visitors, so the majority publication talking about the visitor, but also some other stakeholder that influence become a target group of place branding, including resident and worker, business and industry, and also export market. So there are some advice from the quarter when we conduct or manage the branding. Quarter said that this is need coordination between local and regional government, business representative, and also the citizen. So because the target market is quite broad, therefore the city branding is complicated and need to identify the current situation first before they develop the vision and develop the long-term action plan. So Beltak also gives some insight how to manage the city branding, how to manage a place branding. They propose internal research, external research, also give logo and slogan design to make differentiate, to give a spirit about the city itself. He also proposed about the internal training and external training, how to do a research to make a good identification about the current situation, about the step that we should follow to sustain, to make us city branding or place branding more sustained. Conferences in their publication, in their article, also focus on.
Excuse me, Bu Andriani.
Yep.
This is very interesting, but we have a time, so can you make it concise?
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. But...
Thank you, Pak Agung. Okay. So this is the phase that covered by conferences about analytical, strategic phase, and participatory, also articulated phase. So Kak Farasis proposed the Atlas Bill of Place Brand Management. How to managing is about us think, speak, listen, and act. Those information it could be used by the owner of city brand to manage their place branding. So the challenge, make quick. There are some challenges related to funding, cooperation, and political will, and also control and destination mix. But because the city branding is expensive, it's complex, because involve many parties, and also it should be coherent with other regulation within the city. So take example of food tourism. This is part of how to attract people to visit in the certain city or destination, from their food, from branding local food as a part of attraction, and also using certain idea like doing event and venue that are related to the uniqueness of the each city. It could be local event, regional event, periodic hallmark, and also occasional mega event. So that's all. This is the reference that I use to develop this material. And thank you for thank you for the opportunity for me to share this topic to all of the participants here. Thank you, and I pass back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Andriani. Thank you for sharing your insights, your valuable insights. It is interesting to learn about the city branding, about how to attract tourists and even investment through city branding. And now we come to the Q&A session, and I welcome any question from the audience to the two presenters, to both for Pak Ignatius and also Bu Andriani. You can ask about resilience strategies and also about city branding. While we are waiting, maybe I have some question for both of you. For Pak Ignatius, okay, we have. Do we have any question? Yeah, we have a question from Afina Faza Ghazani. Where is Afina? Okay, the question is, as a student, what we could do to help this country to enhance the resilience of tourism business, or what kind of action that we should do to support these changes? The question is addressed to Pak Ignatius.
Oh, okay. So Afina, good questions. One thing is, make sure you study well and graduate and work for industry and help the industry to solve the problem. So make sure you study hard. I count on you, right? For a student, I think one of the things that I like from Indonesian education system is you have the field study, right? The KKN and so forth, right? So I think you want to use that opportunity to give back to the community, right? For me, it's your role. You are the future of this industry. You are the future. If the question is, where should we go from here? You know, with the context of Indonesian tourism, you are the future of Indonesian tourism, right? Our time already passed. It's up to you where you want to go when you take us. So remember that moving forward, Indonesia tried to grow the sustainable tourism, right? So we need a lot of, you know, a young scholar to help community, to prepare them, right? Because that's your role. So learn while you are in your program right now, go to community, help them, you know, to understand the need, the importance of tourism, I think many of you, when you go out to the community, you've probably been asked, oh, so you study tourism. What would you do with the degree in tourism, right? A lot of people don't understand the significance of tourism. It is your role to educate them, right? To help them that tourism is not simply a study about people lying down on the beach reading Twilight, right? It is more than that. It helps community to grow. It helps, that people more proud about their culture, right? So I think your role right now is not only study hard, but go to community and be an advocate that tourism is not just a study about people, what they're doing during vacations. More than that. You are the future of the tourism in Indonesia. So we count on you, right? So I hope that answered your questions. You have a lot of, responsibility in the future.
Okay, Avina.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much for
Okay.
your answer. It's really answered my questions. And I want to ask one more thing about like what kind of actions that we can do right now, like right here, right now, to enhance this tourism. Like any kind of a bit actions that can we practically do right now, like that.
Okay,
Thank you.
so many of you, I think you have, usually in a tourism program, they have like a student organization or something along that line, right? So you can work with your peer and, for example, do like workshop, right? So you can conduct small workshop to, I don't know, like a small, restaurant businesses, or like a community in the villages around Malang, for example, right? You have small community who wants to grow rural tourism. Okay, so how many of you have cell phone? Many of you, right? You can teach the community how to take a good cell phone to promote their village. They're going back to what, Ibu Andriana say, destination image, right? So you can help the community, train them to take good photo, right? With the cell phone. You can do like photography workshop or something, right? And then ask them to take photo of their daily life, right? And that can be the destination image. That photo is unique because it's not professional who took that photo, right? It is local community taking picture of their daily life. You can use that image for a lot of things. You can use a souvenir. You can design a website to promote the destination and so forth. It's empowering also, right? Because when you teach people to take photo, right? And they can share their photo. Oh no, I can take photo, a good photo with cell phone. It's empowering. So that's one example that you can do.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for answering. So we have to encourage, to empower, to educate people or community to help themselves to promote their place, their country, their city by we can do things like taking picture of the foods, the place, or somewhere that can make change to that to their own community like that. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Afina. And we have more question for Professor Ignatius from Ibu Anissa Bafadal. What is the main differences between a service failure that falls into the category of mere complaint management and service failure that can be categorized as emergency or crisis management? That's the first question. And then whether it depends on the large or small scale of the impact of the failure, the number of people affected, the magnitude of the loss or impact on the good image of the company. And then our complaint management is big umbrella for crisis, disaster, and emergency management. That's the question, Pak Ignatius.
So thank you, Bu, Anissa. Yeah. So I think here the thing, when we talk about crises, the crisis is, the definition of crisis is any incident that affect the daily operations of, entities, organization, or disrupt the operation of entity. So it can be internal, can be external, right? So, and it's slightly different from disaster that we know of, because in order to be called a disaster, that need to have a declaration from the government and so forth. So usually we call the disaster if that the support system cannot handle it. So, I would argue though the complaint is internally, right? See, because the institution or the organization can still handle it without the involvement of external party, in this case government, right? So it serves value because you're doing bad job in your service. It can be a crisis for the organization, but it's not necessarily a crisis for the surrounding community, right? So keep in mind that there's a different level of crisis, and the highest level of crisis is the disaster. That in order to solve that, you need to have involvement from entities like governments, policymaker, and so forth, because you cannot handle it. And the cause of the incident, again, a thing that, let's say the surface, for example, like, if you're a restaurant owner and somehow, food poisoning, well, it's crisis for your entities, right? In a small, quote unquote, small scale, because you got food poison and you probably get like bad image with coverage, media, and so forth. Yes, you still deal with it, right? But in a different level compared to, like, for example, your restaurants, along with like 10 restaurants in our area, for example, shut down because of, a tsunami, right? So the way you handle it different. So I'm not going to say, complaint management is the big umbrella for crisis. Actually, in the other round, because crisis management, and then within that crisis management, you have, complaint, management. The complaint management is only suitable for internally, caused incidents, right? Food poisoning, or you basically like somebody locked the door, or unlocked the door or something. Like, so it's a small thing that people complain that you need to deal with, but that's such a subset of crisis management. And that's what I say, you need to have a comprehensive crisis management, because you need to identify possible crises that you may have. Remember, like a risk management, likely to occur and those kind of things. So that's what I'm trying to say. Everything comes down to creating a good image. But again, the crisis and disaster management, crisis management comes from management perspective. Disaster emergency, that come from emergency study. Okay, so most of the time businesses, they don't have disaster management plan, they have crisis management plan that include how they deal with complaint on those kind of things. Make sense?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Bu Anissa. And then we move to the next question from Rifda Mutia. Again, for Professor Ignatius. You have mentioned about that we need to define more about success in tourism. So it is not just about the number of tourists that visit our place at a time, but we have to think about how to improve small business life, sustainable well-being. And there is an ecotourism concept. So this concept also has a purpose in conservation and to preserve and prosper people's life. So the question is how to spread awareness about this, and is there any strategy to make people aware about how important ecotourism itself, not just to the tourism management, but also to the tourists?
Okay. Thank you, Rifda. Good questions. I think you need to understand that ecotourism is a subset of sustainable tourism. Okay. The theory is ecotourism is, it's usually applied in a rural area or conservation, like national forests or forests and so forth, right? Sustainable tourism, that's a paradigm. So within that paradigm, the application of that paradigm is ecotourism. Other aspect, other example, for example, pro-poor tourism, responsible tourism, you name it. We have a lot. What that means is that with sustainable tourism, because the paradigm can also be applied in urban setting. Okay, it doesn't need to be in a like, for example, village somewhere near a national park or something. So keep that in mind. So the question is, I think with Indonesia is kind of really interesting because, like, in the same time, we always like the more the merrier. Like we have more tourists coming, X, Y, and Z. But at the same time, we try to push sustainable tourism to become a mainstream of, Indonesian tourism. Well, those one hand you use mass tourism indicator to assess the success. The other side, you want to promote sustainable tourism. Those two will not meet, right? Because like they have a different paradigm. Okay, so my take on this is it's a long process. We have to start small. I'm not saying that you should eliminate the KPIs of indicating like success in tourism, like for example, like the number of visitors and so forth. But I think if we truly want to mainstream or to adopt sustainable tourism, ecotourism also, we need to consider other factors, right? For example, like quality of life, how it improves entrepreneurship in the area, and so on. So how can we spread the awareness? I think that's a big homework to do. It should start with the community in the local area, because they are the ones going to be affected by tourism policy. You need champions. And the first thing to do to spread awareness is identifying the champions. Okay, in the community, you should find a champion. And I did a couple of projects, related to creating awareness something. I have to figure out who's the champion. The champions can be somebody, a well-known, to be your best ally to spread the word. It can be someone who has a lot of followers. So how you define the champion is up to you. But finding the champion to be your advocate, it's critical. Make sense? So I hope that your questions.
All right, thank you, sir,
Rifda,
for the
okay.
answer. So the first thing that we have to do to spread awareness about the sustainability tourism is we have to start from the small and local community first, and then we have to identify the champion that can be our advocate to do that.
You need your ally, right? So you need to have champion. Finding somebody in the right now with digital era, you need somebody, like an influencer or something that can, spread the word, right? And I think everybody has role to play in spreading the awareness, right? even when we as a traveler, for example, we travel, right? When we travel, let's start with ourselves. When we travel, like, at home, for example, you probably do like, okay, split the trash, this is the compost and so forth. Do we actually do that when we travel? If we think about sustainability, do we care? Do we really remember when you stay in a hotel? Right now, a lot of hotel rooms, they say, please conserve environments, use the towel less often, this kind of thing, right? Do you actually do that? Because if I spend like 2 million rupiah to stay at, like a Le Meridian, I'm going to change the towel as often as I want to because I pay a lot of money. So I can be hypocritical because in the same time, I want to promote sustainability. I want to help mitigate the impact on the environment, but I don't want to change the behavior, my behavior when I travel. So the first thing is to try to change our own behavior when we travel. Understanding that when we travel, we affect the community there, the environment there. Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir, for the answer. I think it's really, really clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Lifda. And we move to the next question from Falkia. Falkia, are you here? Falkia?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you can ask directly to Prof. Ignatius.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Ignatius and Mrs. Andrani, for the great information. I have a question for Mr. Ignatius. There is the pandemic changed all habits and policies on economic activity, including the habits and behavior of consumers. Consumers are fudgeting health protocols and limiting their spending. My question is, how tourism agents can convince consumers to use their service but at affordable cost? Thank you.
Okay, interesting question. Interesting question. I think it comes down to marketing for me. We, as a, right now, for example, people have option to spend the money, right? And we always prioritize things. I would go, it would depend on the quality of the service and how you communicate the quality of your service. In other words, why would I stay in your hotel instead of staying in another hotel? Why do I want to stay in small locally owned B&B compared to the nearby hotel, right? So I think one of the things is understanding what's your unique selling point, right? So what's the benefit of staying in your small locally owned, hotel? Or why would I, spend my money at a restaurant, right? I think the way we evaluate tourism product change. Remember that I think a couple of studies also show that people not necessarily be swayed anymore with discounted rates, okay? But people look at in different way. Okay, if I stay in your hotel, can I be safe? What would you do to ensure my safety? Right. That's the reason why over the past year, all advertising focused on the cleanliness protocol and so forth, because in order to encourage people to come, you cannot just put like, oh, we have like a 50% discount or 50%. You cannot do that anymore because people right now care about their safety and security and so forth. So if you can tell them why your place is better, what's the benefit, what your place is unique and so forth, then I think you have a chance to have more visitors. And keep in mind though, the difference between tourism and hospitality product compared to other type of product is because we are service industry, first of all. It's a Pareto product. But that means that in order to satisfy the need, I have a lot of options, right? For example, if I want to travel and the reason for traveling is because I want to escape from my work. I mean, I'm tired, I want to relax. I don't need to go to Marriott. I have other options, right? If I want to go from Jogja to Jakarta or Jakarta to Bali, I have a few flight options, right? So I have option to satisfy their needs, okay? And the other thing with the tourism product is that in order to experience that product, I have to travel. I have to travel. You need to, there's a mobility there. So it's a risky product to begin with. So how you want to do that? How to reduce that perception of risks is that, you know, that a lot of tourism advertising, marketing, they always use images, sounds, this kind of thing. It because picture, visual help us to alleviate that perception of risks. So do that. If you want to encourage, your consumer to use a service available place, say it through, using visual, and then give them reason why they need to stay with yours. What's different from the nearby? Coffee shop, for example. In Malang, for example, how many coffee shops do you have in Malang, right? Do we actually need those, coffee shops, right? But yes, probably we do need, because each of them have a different product, different reason why people want to go, maybe, get some coffee there. Understanding your unique selling point is critical. Okay, I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Mr. Ignatius. So the answer of the key of this issue is how the marketing works and how we treat them. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Ignatius. Have a great day.
Thank you, Falkia. And we have another question from Rinaldi. Rinaldi? Hello, Rinaldi.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Okay, you can ask directly to the speakers.
Okay, thank you for this great opportunity. Good morning, Mr. Ignatius and Mrs. Adriani. I have a question about Indonesia itself is one of the popular tourist destination in Southeast Asia, especially for the tourists with backpacker budget, and often destination in Indonesia are labeled as cheap destination, often this cause a surge in visitor and ultimately cause a problem such as uncontrolled development and misinformation. This often very annoying in YouTube vlogs, by the way, and the destruction of site that have been the main attraction so far. And my question is how to deal with this such thing that are often out of the control, and even if they are disciplined, many of stakeholders such as local communities and SMEs are connected with them. That's all my question. Thank you.
I think Bu Andriani wants to answer first.
Okay, Pak Ignatius. So yes, social media sometimes give misinformation, not true information, because some people sometimes post their own opinion, their own comment, which is could be negative for the destination itself. But the destination should be aware with the use of social media currently. So therefore, they should also have the official social media that give the true information to combating for the hoax or misinterpretation of the information that maybe occur from some people that not related to the destination itself. So better for the destination when they already set up their destination branding or their destination image, they also accompany with the official website or official social media and give the true information through the official people that has responsibility to this information. So currently we aware about many destination or many place they put their official website, also official social media. They use all the social media. Actually, this is a part of avoid misinformation or hoax information from other people or other consumer or other people that not related to the destination itself. I think this is my answer, Pak Agung.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Andriani. And Prof. Ignatius, do you have any comment or maybe explanation further?
Yeah. So when we talk about backpacker is kind of unique group in tourism. It's because first, they're in the context of crisis. Usually, they're the first to go and visit the area, right? Helping the area recover from a crisis and so forth. We know that. But in the same time, we also know that they tend to be also troublemaker. And a lot of destinations, they don't necessarily like to have backpacker. I can give you one example, like Bhutan, for example. They don't necessarily like to have backpacker. The reason they only want to have, like, a wealthy traveler, well-behaved traveler who want to spend money in Bhutan. So that's the reason why Bhutan charges a lot of money for visa. Okay, so Southeast Asia, on the other hand, is really interesting because it's so easy to get visa to come to Asia. And the problem with backpacker is that they tend to stay long in the destination, but they tend to be cheap. They don't necessarily spend money in the destination. If you go to Bali, you would know that they're going to just probably spend 3 million and renting a house in Bali, and then like 7 of them, right? They go to warung instead of going to, having like I don't know. So they don't necessarily benefit the destination if we're looking from a tourism perspective, because they don't necessarily spend the money in the destination. They a lot, but they don't necessarily. In fact, you would see, and I agree with you, that they would, in the era of TikTok, Instagram, and so forth, they would say, oh, move to Bali. It's so easy here, while everything shut down. When they're not very interested. You also know, they behave badly, right? They do not want to wear masks. Well, everybody else needs to wear masks. So my perspective on this is that there is a need to be more strict in terms of immigration regulation. If they behave badly, just kick them out. Get rid of visa. That can be example. So that's one way to change the perception that there's a consequences if you behave badly in somebody else's country. right? So, you know, that's the thing. I mean, like for me, I'm come down to regulation. If they need to be a good, you know, guest, you are the host. If you're the host, if your guests behave badly, you can kick them out from your house, right? So we need to have a strict regulation, so you know, people learn. But also, when you do that, as a second example, is that it allows you to correct the image that already publicized by their TikTok or by their, you know, Instagram, that, oh, Indonesian is easy, you can move here, spend the money, blah blah blah. No, it's not. So in order to correct that, you need to have a very strict regulation, in this case immigration regulation, right? So keep in mind that the joke in tourism, you know, the backpacker is, you know, like with bag, right? And now we change it to BEG, like begging for money, right? So when you go to a lot of in Southeast Asia, we start seeing white, you know, guys with like, you know, hair and so forth, selling their stuff, like, you know, in I don't know, in the street, like, oh, I need, like, you know, give me money, I need to go somewhere expensive. Why would I need to give you money? Because we have poor people in our country to begin with. Second of all, they already violates their visa, because in order visit visa or tourist visa, you cannot make money. You cannot do business, and that's asking for money is actually business. So you can kick out. So that's the thing. For me, it's come down to strict regulation. In this case, immigration. That function two things: a shock therapy, but also to switch the image that already tarnished by that individual. That's it. I help.
Okay, Rinaldi, does it answer your question?
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Adriani and Mr. Ignatius. It helped me a lot to understand this issue, because it's very annoying for me to see many of foreign tourists begging on the street to support their goals. And yeah, thank you again, Mrs. Adriani and Bapak Ignatius.
Okay, thank you, Rinaldi. And we still have 5 minutes left. I have one question for Professor Andriani for city branding. So how can we ensure that the branding process is in line with the local wisdom and values, so that it won't create problems in the future?
Okay, thank you, Pak Agung. So, as I told you before, there are some measurement that we can measure how successful our city branding. Those city branding, it should be discussed or coordinated by all the parties that involved in this city or in this certain destination, including the resident, their government, destination, marketing organization, and all the parties that could be participate to discuss, to develop about the city plan. And then we should manage those, monitor those city brand closely, related to how they develop, how the people perceive about the city branding. Some example, like one example, like in Jogja, previously in 2001, they set up about their tagline about the city branding is never ending Asia. But according to their government and also request by the resident, the term in English doesn't mirroring their spirit in a special region as Javanese culture. So therefore, they changed the tagline, and it means they also change the spirit, become more a local wisdom. So by using a letter like a Javanese letter, tulisan Jawa, and then they change the color, and also they change the tagline, become Jogja Istimewa. So the term Istimewa mean that Jogja still have a special destination, special product, special natural environment, special in everything, especially in people or resident life. Therefore, government keep monitor closely about their development of city branding, that include all the parties, central government, and also the visitor. They also give some survey, or they also use a third party like agent to employ some or conduct some research related to the how city branding perceived by all the stakeholders. I think that's my answer, Pak Agung.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Andri. And then, yeah, one last question for Pak Ignatius. In the development of resilient strategies, you mentioned that a lot of stakeholders need to be involved, and how to promote collaboration and coordination among different stakeholders for developing these strategies.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think first thing is that defining who the stakeholders are in that area. Okay, so who gonna be the stakeholder? I mean, we have a lot of the terminology of like who stakeholder are. That first, defining them, who identify who stakeholders. That first. Second of all, I usually ask them for a visioning session, invite them, and each of this community, each of the stakeholder usually have representatives, right? So have them together, and I usually do focus group to figure out what they want and so forth. So the first thing is identify your stakeholders. Second of all, understanding, like we always talk about engagement, we always talk about, participation, but I think it's also important to define what kind of participation you expect them to have. Like what level of engagement do you expect them to do, right? So for example, like if you're an owner of small food store, for example, you will not expect them to engage heavily in the policy making. You can't, because you have a business to take care of, right? So, but then defining the mechanism on how you want them to participate and what level you want to expect them engage, that's important, right? So once you figure out those two things, then it becomes easier. I did a couple of visioning project, then we did for Jamaica, and then I'm kind of work on North Vietnam project, and we try to figure out, how we can rebrand that small village in North Vietnam. We have to figure out who they are. I mean, like first thing, mapping, stakeholder mapping, and then you figure out, how can I engage them. Sometimes it's also important to understand their point of view, because sometimes there's a inherent concern, the reason why they don't want to engage, right? Maybe they have a distrust with to local government, right? So they do not want to involve and do not want to involve in the future because there's a distrust between, among the stakeholder. and all inherent drama with them, right? So understanding that and figure out that's important if you want them to work together. Make sense?
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Ignatius. And we have come to the end of the sessions. I would like to thank you all, Prof. Andriani and Prof. Ignatius, for your precious, valuable information and knowledge that have been shared to us, and hopefully it can give improvement in the tourism areas in Indonesia. Okay, once again, thank you. And I also thank you all the participants. And don't forget that we will come back after the break on 12:15 for the last presenters, Professor Ping Yusu. Okay, thank you very much. And I pass it on to the MC.
Okay. Okay.
Udah kan? Thank you so much for our great speaker, Associate Professor Ignatius Cahyanto, PhD, and Associate Professor Andriani Kusumawati, DBA. Also, thank you for moderator Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam Farudi, SAB, Embassy Pro, PhD, for lead the first sessions of Brawijaya International Conference and Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism's webinar. For all the audience, now it's time to break, and please rejoin on this forum at 12:15 p.m. Western Indonesian time, because we have the second sessions of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism's webinar. I would like to remind for all of the audience, please fill out the attendance form on the chat box. Thank you, and see you on the second sessions of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism's webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo, MSc, PhD, MedSc, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Associate Professor Drs. Andi Fefta Wijaya, MDA, PhD, Chairman of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism, Dr. Nur Imamah, SAB, MAB, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, first, praise to the gratitude of the Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and Prophet Muhammad, who has given us some blessings so the agenda can run smoothly. Welcome to the second sessions of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism's webinar. Now, let me to invite again Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam Farudi, SAB Embassy Pro PhD, to the stage as our moderator for these sessions. For all of the audience, please enjoy the webinar.
Thank you, Rian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of the second day of BICBATT, Brawijaya International Conferences, Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism. And we now have our keynote speaker, Professor Ping Yusu. We are honored to have Professor Ping Yusu as our speakers because he is an expert in big data and also the adoption of electronic commerce and e-business. He is currently the Dean of the School of Management at National Central University, Taiwan, and he is also served as a Secretary-in-Chief for Chinese ERP Society. And he has written many international reputable journal articles, and he is also reviewers for reputable international journal articles. No further delays, please welcome Professor Ping Yusu from National Taiwan University.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let me try to pronounce your name correctly.
Agung.
I'm sorry.
Do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah,
Ping
very right.
Yusu?
It's correct, entirely correctly.
Okay.
Yes. So Professor Nunggo Ho, am I right? I'm sorry.
Agung. It's like Mount Agung in Bali.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your generous introduction. I'm very honored and delighted to be able to join this international conference, and hopefully I can share some of my one of my paper which is just being accepted in IMDS, and hopefully the idea can arouse some interesting and maybe can spring some discussion later on. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, but somehow.
Do you need any assistance?
Right. It seems that. Let me see if I can slide this background. Okay. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good. This paper is co-worked by me and professors in Western Sydney University, and another professor in Taichung Technology University, and also a professor from China, Zhejiang Gongye University. Okay. Let's see how can I control it. Oops. Something is wrong. I cannot the screen is locked. Oh, maybe here. All right. Okay, good. So the content of our presentation will include 5 parts: research background, research model, methodology, result, and conclusion. Oh, by the way, the topics about smart adoption, consumer acceptance of smart stores. Smart stores theoretically is good for, in a COVID-19 era, because smart stores reduce human contact. People do not have to interact with their or employees in the smart stores to purchase products. And therefore, theoretically, it's good for COVID-19 era. However, actually in China, many smart stores has been closed down. Therefore, in one thing, it's good for the pandemic era, but on the other things that customers may not accept smart stores as we thought. Okay, so this is the reason we study the motivation behind customers to accept smart stores. Okay. So the research background is like, as we don't know, Amazon Go. Amazon is the first one to nominate with the smart stores. By smart stores, we mean that a lot of IoT, Internet of Things, are installed or in devices in the smart stores, and therefore very few or near to zero employees are necessary to be presented in the stores to interact with customers. And the benefit is very very obvious. Like we can reduce the cost of personnel, and we can reduce the waiting lines because customers do not need to wait in a checkout line to be checked out. And also supposedly the product price can be reduced because of the cost reduction, and also because of the reduction of human contact. It's good to prevent the spread out of pandemic. So there are a lot of benefits for smart stores in theory, but as I said, in practice, a lot of smart stores in China actually were closed down. Okay, so what is smart stores? They use a lot of technologies like RFID, so that you don't, everyone knows RFID, right? Or near field communication system, so that people, if you need to check out conduct self-checkout, you can use RFID or to scan the products you have picked up, and use near field communication system to pay your credit card. And even better, if you are equipped with smart shopping carts, that you don't need to use these kiosks. If the stores are equipped with their smart shopping carts, when you put items into the carts, the items will automatically be detected, and so the stores know what items has been put into this cart, and so at the end you just push the cart out through the exit line, and then the stores will automatically charge your credit card, because the stores know what has been put into their smart shopping carts. Therefore, there is zero human contact and zero waiting time for smart stores equipped with smart shopping carts. So in the paper, that should be very good for consumers. So as we all know, the customers, when customers purchase products, we have two purposes. Two purposes have to be served. The first one is we want to buy something with the quality, with good price, and the store location better be convenient. That's one thing. That's the utility function. And another thing is that when we shop, we would like to be shop in an enjoyable place and with pleasant experience. So that's another drive that may drive customers to shop in a particular stores. So with the two things in mind, we may think that there should be a lot of papers published to discuss how customers will accept smart stores, or customers will shop in the smart stores. But actually, there are most of the papers related to smart stores are still related to technology. That is, what kind of technology should smart stores owner try to adapt in their stores? So the focus mostly are related to technology. What kind of new technology are developed? What kind of technology should be implemented or installed in a smart stores? Very few works has directly discussed how this technology interact with customers and how this interaction result in customers' shopping intention. Okay, very few has studied smart store from this perspective. How customers interact with this new technology and how this interaction actually motivate customers to shop in the smart stores. Okay, so the research objective of this work is twofold. One is to investigate how the technology actually influence customer experience in the stores. And the second half is how this experience or how this cognition actually influence customer shopping intention. Okay, so the research model actually is a integrated model combining two theories. The first one is the situational factors, which explain how customers shop in various situations, or on the other hand, maybe how various situations can affect customer shopping intention. And the second part is called HMSAM, which is hedonic motivation system adoption model. This particular theory discusses how hedonic experience or hedonic motivation affect customers' shopping intention. And the reason we pick up the two theories or two framework is because situational factors has been used to discuss customer shopping intention in traditional retail stores from time to time. And then hedonic motivation system has been proposed to study how customers are attracted by information systems, especially by PC games. So that those or websites that can let customers feel joyful or pleasant, so that the customers are attracted attracted to the system. And this time we think that a lot of IoT devices or smart technology should be able to bring customers' interest. Maybe many customers go to the smart store just to have fun. I mean, have some experience with these smart technologies, and to find out how joyful or how pleasant this new technology can bring to their shopping experience. So in this particular study, we combine the two theories to form a new model. So this is a situational factors. There are 5 factors in a situational factor theory. The first one is physical surrounding, which is the location convenience. Social surrounding, in this case, because there is no employees in smart stores, we translate this factor to product recommendation, because the stores still communicate with the customers through product recommendations with your smartphones or with the devices on the smart shopping cart. As for temporal perspective, this is translated to speed of shopping. Speed of shopping. And for task definition, this is translate to merchandise product and the merchandise quality. Antecedent states is removed from this study because antecedent states discuss how customers' mental status or cognition status prior entering the stores affect customers' decision. Since this is the state prior entering the stores, we exclude these factors from our theory. And then as for the reason we adapt these factors as situational factors is because these 5 factors like freshness, quality, price, speed of shopping, availability of certain brands, and location. These actually are nominated by magazines that explaining why customers want to shop at the smart stores, and that's why we pick them up and integrate them with the situational factors. And then as for the HMSAM, you can see that the main part will be in the lower half of the screen, which is called cognition absorption, which includes CA is a second order formative construct. I'm sorry, second order reflective construct, which has 5 first order constructs. The first one is control, which is do you feel that you can control your shopping experience in this study? You can control your shopping experience, like how fast or how slow you want to move along the shopping line. And the second one is curiosity. Are you curious about the new technology implemented in smart stores? And the joy is where the environment let you feel joyful while shopping. And focused immersion is translated into the product recommendation because of the two product focused immersion and temporal disassociation is related to the playfulness. We have product recommendation. And we and also a lot of technologies. Well, these technology and product recommendation arouse customers' interest and let them feel like that they emerge in a shopping environment. So this is at the end. These are the 2 theories we adapted in this research. And this is the model. The entire model actually is like this. So the first one, the first construct will be the ease of use, because even though we install a lot of new technologies, the keys is to let customers feel everything is very easy. The interaction, the interface of the entire stores has to be very easy. And then with that easiness to use, can we actually the customer arouse customers' utilitarian motivation, which were motivated by the 5 situational factors, and then also can the ease of use arouse customers' hedonic motivation, which again is a second order construct, and then both motivation and ease of use can arouse customers' shopping intention. Okay, and this is the model we proposed, and the model along with the items are translated into Chinese, Mandarin, and then with the 7-point Likert scale. And we collaborate with the smart store named Jian24 in China, actually in Shanghai. And The subjects we invited to participate in this study is customers who shop in our main stores. We wait outside the stores, and when the customers go out, finish their shopping and go outside the stores, we invite them to participate in our survey. And at the end, we collect 307 valid responses. Around more than half of the participants are female customers, and the age is around 26 to 35. Most of them hold college degrees, and as these stores are located in business district, most of the people participate. It's not most, but the proportion is the highest are the professional service people, and their income is around again more than 20% of their income is more than 10,000 RMB, and they have to have at least one shopping experience. But most of them has is regular shoppers in the smart stores. So they go to the store every month. So again, because of the time, I will fast forward to the result. The model, the major validity are met, and the model validity is met too. So at the end, except the merchandise price, all the hypotheses are supported, and the R square of the proposed model is 74.9. And the reason merchandise price is the hypothesis that the merchandise price will increase utilitarian motivation, probably because we found out that actually the items sold in the smart stores are not cheaper than the other stores, which is contradict with our assumption that because of the cost is lower, the human capital cost is lower, the smart stores should sell their products in lower price. Actually, the price is a little bit higher than stores, than traditional stores. The reason is because the smart store owners has to invest a lot of new technology to implement these devices, and so at the end they cannot reduce the cost. And maybe another issue is that the products sold in the smart stores actually has better quality than the products sold in the traditional stores, and maybe that's the reason the price actually is higher. So the hypothesis here is not supported. Okay, so the conclusion is that we actually examine utilitarian and hedonic motivation are still the factors that influence customers' purchase decision, and situational variable and situational factors, and HM, SAM can be used to describe how the smart store technology can arouse customer shopping experience. And again, both motivations has significant effect on customers' shopping experience. And as for practitioner, suggestion for practitioners, actually good quality, good product quality, convenient access, and high shopping speed indeed can entice customers to shop at smart stores. And again, hedonic, at least at current stage, customers are still attracted by their, I mean, they are still interested to know how smart stores they can interact smart stores. So the hedonic value of smart stores are still is able to attract customers to shop. But one thing to remind the shop owners that when they install new technology into their shopping stores, into their stores, they still have to pay special attention to have their interface. The interface of the shopping smart stores has to be very user friendly to avoid scaring customers away. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your listen.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ping Yusu.
Thank you.
It is very interesting and so insightful, giving us a new model in technology adoption. It's not about technology acceptance model, and because the most used model is the technology acceptance model, and we now have the combination of the utilitarian and the hedonic motivation into the model in technology adoption. So I will give the opportunity to the audience to ask a question to Prof. Ping Yusu. Is there any question from the audience? Okay. While we are waiting for the question from the audience, here in Indonesia and also maybe in the master degree students, when they are using the second order model, usually they don't validate the second order measure, the second order construct. So maybe you can give a little bit clue about this, especially because if they want to publish in international journal article.
So your question is how to calculate the second order?
No, not to calculate, but at least give information, because we in Indonesia, especially with undergraduate in master degree, they don't quite understand they have to do they have to validate the second order construct as well.
Let me try to answer the question. Actually, there are two kinds of second order construct. One is reflective, and the other is formative. And as for reflective construct, that is, we have a central concept like a hedonic motivation. If we feel interesting or our hedonic motivation is aroused, we will feel we will have these senses, the five senses together at the same time. Okay, so it's like in this case, the second order hedonic motivation actually has no questionnaire, has no items. All the items are in the five constructs, and therefore you still have to examine if the items in the constructs are valid. That is, if they have a construct validity, they still need to have a discriminant validity. Each individual, and then in our model, actually and you still have to check if they have a VIF. They need to be independent, and if these are correct, I mean, if meet the criteria, then you can put them together into a second order reflective construct. But then again, as you mentioned, they have to check if the result is valid. To answer your question, and this is for reflective
yes.
second order. So most of the time we don't do it by ours. I mean, we don't just pick up any construct and say, oh, this is a second order. Most of the time we refer to prior works. At least some other publications has referred like this hedonic motivation as second order construct. And then after referring to that, we are able to use this second order construct. And if you refer to because you cite some work that has used hedonic motivation as second order construct, you can follow the way they check their validity. So you don't invent a second order construct. You have to follow like the prior work. So do I answer your question?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
you.
And what about the, oh, we have a question from Ibu Ani Rahima.
It's okay, Pak Agung, you may finish your question first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because this is a lot of questions, a lot of students ask about this, Prof. Pinisu. And what about the reflective model? I think it seems that the utilitarian motivation using the formative variable.
We don't use this. In this case, this is not formative variables.
Oh, okay.
This is our traditional, just traditional model. So if this is a formative model, we will not put we will not put the hypothesis here.
You put the
It's just like the reflective model, second order here.
There. Okay.
Right. We put the hypothesis here. So this is just ordinary hypothesis.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Pinisu. Ibu Ani.
Thank you, Pak Agung, for the opportunity. Hello, Prof. Pinisu. Ni hao ma.
Ni hao.
I just curious what kind of the future of the smart retail, the smart interface of the retail that they offer to their customer, because of you told to us that you gathering the data by giving the questionnaire to the customer before they enter to the
after they enter.
Okay then. Okay. That is the first question. And the second, may I know what is the novelty of this research? Because you told you share your research that you utilize two theories, that is the utilitarian theory and also the hedonic motivation. As a scholar, can we develop our own model and it is as our novelty? Thank you, Prof. Pinisu.
So you are saying you want to develop your own model, right?
Yeah. When we combine or incorporate theories or model, can we claim that this is our novelty of our research? So then we can introduce our own model.
Yes, you can. You should. You can. And actually, many international journals expect you somehow adapt the model and then modify a little bit to make it more interesting, to bring novelness to your research. So you can combine two models or three models, or you can integrate two models and make some revision, or you can even borrow a model and make a addition to the model, as long as you have you can explain why and also make it more and also make it reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, then. So for the scale development, we sort through so many steps for developing our scale. Whether meanwhile for the model itself, we can develop our own model by collecting and arguing our own model. So it is enough. Am I right?
Oh, but personally, I don't develop scales. I mean, I don't develop new constructs. I borrow constructs from different models, but I personally, I don't develop new constructs because it's very dangerous. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very difficult to get approved if you are inventing your own constructs.
Yeah. I got it. I mean, it's different from the scale development and model development. That's right. So for the scale development, we sort through many steps, some like validity test, reliability test, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, for the model development, we may develop our own argument and collect from the prior article, and then we may acknowledge or claim it is as our own model. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. 谢谢，拜拜。
拜拜，谢谢。
Okay, we are still waiting for another question from the audience. Okay, second question, Prof. Yusuf. Again, we don't normally, well, again, it's if we look at the international journal, I mean, like the A-star journal, usually they report about the common method variance bias, but in most just journal, they don't report it. Can you maybe give some insights about why do we need to report this common method variance bias in the journal?
Okay, so common method bias is that maybe there's a bias because of the way you measure your constructs. For example, that how you distribute your questionnaires. So common method bias is we want to avoid common method bias because we don't we want to make sure when the items are being answered or the construct we measured is not affected by factors that we are not measured. Okay, and so, like for example, maybe because some specific reason, all the participants tend to give the questionnaires a high score, and we want to make sure we don't the questionnaires we collect do not have these factors affecting the results. So for us, many international journals that require you to make sure there is no common method bias. That is, the result is not affected by unmeasured factors, significant factors, but are not measured. Okay.
Because here we have so many students, undergraduate and postgraduate students, so I ask this kind of questions so that it will give them some insights. And also, well, why do you choose a specific hedonic motivation? Because like in you taught too, we also have the hedonic motivation. So why do you choose this construct, Professor Yusuf?
Choose one, I'm sorry.
Choose the hedonic motivation with the reflective model instead of just
okay.
instead of just one construct.
Okay, to make it interesting, to be honest with you. Yes, we can just choose one construct, but then this is very I mean, boring, a little bit boring. And also it does not really explain the experience of the customer has with smart technology. Okay, so there are two reasons. One is to make it more interesting, make the model more interesting. And the second is we want to describe the experience customer have with the smart technology.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Tim. Are there any question from the audience? Okay, this is very interesting actually, Prof. Ping Yusu. Well, I think you have already mentioned about the unexpected result of the merchandise price, because with the technology, it's supposed to be more efficient, more cheaper, but then the reality is because the investment for new technology is quite high, so then it doesn't mean that with using the technology, the cost will be lower. Then, okay. Okay, so this is very interesting actually, and you can see the term, the technology acceptance model is still used there with the perceived ease of use. And why don't you use the perceived usefulness as well? Also, just
first, for one thing, TAM is a little bit old. Again, it's not very interesting if you use TAM directly. But actually, we do have, a sense of TAM, like utilitarian motivation, actually can be explained as usefulness.
Okay.
But we don't want to use it that way because TAM is too old.
Okay. So we have more questions from Ibu Ani Rahima. Ibu Ani.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Agung. I just curious because of the sample of this research is the one who already bought some product or services from the retail. Why we do not use why Prof. Yusu do not use the purchase decision as the outcomes of this research model?
Oh, what decision? I'm sorry.
Purchase decision, because of the sample is the one who already bought, not only they still have intention to do it.
Right. I'm sorry. So you are saying why do we invite?
Why you choose this variable that is process intention rather than purchase decision?
Intention rather than purchase decision. Am I right?
Yeah. Why?
Okay. Intention and decision is still a little bit different because purchase decision is a little bit more difficult to be measured. Because if you really ask them how much money or how many times you visit the stores, because if you really measure what really happens, and then you still have to translate them into, because this model, most of the model require like 7-liter scale or 5-liter scale. If you really ask what happens, then you somehow has to partition the value into the like 7 bins or 5 bins, depends on this is 7-liter scale or 5-liter scale. And the translation will cause some loss, information loss, and at the end, your model may not be hold. So if you in most of the journal articles published measure intention instead of real behavior, because real behavior has a lot of are affected by many other things. Like, for example, I have just purchased like apple juice in another store. Maybe I want to purchase, I intend to purchase more apple juice, but because I have just purchased apple juice in another store, maybe this time I will not purchase any apple juice. So the actual behavior are affected by many other factors. And that's why most of the time we measure intention. Do I answer your questions?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 好了，谢谢。
谢谢。
Yeah, I think the question is quite interesting because I was often asked by my student, if you want to measure the intention, why do you choose the sample that why do you choose a respondent who have already bought the items, not just any respondent who will or who will not buy the products, because it is still intention.
Right. You're right. Actually, you are right. We face the difficulties that the problem we face is that if the participant has not purchased anything in the smart stores, they have no experience with the IoT installed in the smart stores. And that's the reason we have to pick up that we have to invite the people who have already have shopping experience in smart stores, because we want to know their experience. What if their experience actually affect their intention, shopping intention. So you are right in a way. If the motivation or the drivers can be measured very easily. Maybe if the participants do not need to have very intensive information or knowledge to answer your questionnaires, you are right that you don't need to invite participants who have the experience before. But in this case, because of the nature of the items, we have to invite people that have already shopped before.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Vinicius. Very clear.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other question from the audience? Do we still have time? Okay, I think we still have time. With the again, with when you want to like propose a new model or a new concept, especially when we combine a new theory, what should we do so that it can be accepted in a good journal article?
A new theory or
a new model, or maybe a new model, especially because we combine two theories into one theory.
From my personal experience, that we have to it's better we combine 2 or 3 theories to make your paper interesting. A single theory or single model, unless it's a very novel model, a single model, most of the time will make your paper like it's like too common. My experience is that we better integrate at least 2 models. Okay, the question is how to combine 2 models into an integrated model, and why is that the reason you choose particular models. But my personal experience is that 2 is better than 1.
Okay, it seems that the time has run out, but before we close, because this is a very interesting question, like a topic. Is it enough if we choose a theory because the theory is not is rarely used in the model?
Because the theory is what? I'm sorry.
The theory is rarely used in the research.
The theory is commonly used.
Rarely.
Rarely used.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. If the theory is rarely used, but then you have to convince the reviewers this theory is reasonable. I mean, to apply this theory in this particular scenario is reasonable. But it's interesting. I mean, comparing to TAM, like TAM is a very common model and everyone knows it. So actually, if you want to publish in international journal, utilizing TAM is very dangerous because it's too common and sometimes it's not. I mean, the readers and reviewers will think it's not. They are not interested in reading it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ping Yusu, for sharing your valuable knowledge and introducing us to a new model with the combination of the utilitarian motivation and hedonic motivation. Okay, once again, thank you very much. And I pass it on to the MC again.
Sure. It's my pleasure to be able to join the conference. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for our speaker, Professor Ping Yusu, and thank you for moderator Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam Farudi, SAB Embassy Pro PhD, for lead the second session of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism's webinar. Distinguished audience, presenters, and participants, finally we have arrived at the end of this event. There is awarding sessions and closing of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism. To close this event, let me invite the chairman of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism, Dr. Nur Imama, SAB, MAB, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nur Imama, SAB, MAB, PhD to give a speech.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and Chair of Department of Business Administration, Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. The Honorable Speakers, distinguished presenters, participants, and committees. First of all, let us praise to the mighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we can organize today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have arrived at the end of this event. After a long and insightful journey, now we will announce the top 3 papers, the best presenters in every parallel session rooms, and the most active participants. Okay, top 3 papers. In topic business sustainability in this disruptive era, the title of integration of SYOT ASP approach for measuring the critical factors affecting rural development. In topic corporate governance, the title of ownership structure, capital structure, and dividend policy, the moderating role of free cash flow in Indonesia. In topic strategy and innovation, the title of digital transformation at the SMEs in a developing country, which one contributes the most corporate governance or digital capabilities. And now I will announce the best presenters in every rooms of parallel session. Room 1, Bintaro Trisha Putra. Room 2, Pen and Hui Nguyen. Room 3, Nur Imama. Room 4, Langgeng Tiono. And the last one, our awarding in the most active participant in day 1, Ani Rahima. Day 2, Rifda Muhtia. Congratulations to all of the winners. And later, our committee will contact all of the winners. Okay, lastly, I want to express my great thanks to Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Papa Andi Fepta Wijaya, MDA, PhD, the speakers, two amazing speakers, Dr. Eryadi Masli, Associate Professor Muhammad Rizal Palil, PhD, then continued with the second day of conference. On the second day, the webinar also filled in by 3 amazing speakers, which are Ignatius Cahyanto, PhD, Andriani Kusumawati, DBA, and Professor Ping Yusu, who have shared many insightful knowledge. And of course, to all the guests who come to this event, presenters who have actively participated this event, participants who have and live in this event, and committee who have committed to make this event successful. Again, thank you very much and see you in next BICBATT. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The speech from the chairman of Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism as remarked to close the event. Thank you for all our keynote speakers, moderator, and of course our audience for participating in this event. And thank you again, Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Chairman, and our partner for willing to allocate their time for Brawijaya International Conference on Business Administration, Taxation, and Tourism. Hopefully, we can increase our knowledge and get good benefit from this activity. Before closing this agenda, for all the audience, please fill out the attendance form in the chat box. I'm Rian Bayu Alisa Putra signing out, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.